Why? Oh, yeah? What? Yeah, I can hear you from there. You don't have to look at me and be all up in my neck. Yeah, you do. That's why you can't speak from there, because you have to be.
My dad was like, I guess he felt tired or whatever. Anyways, he ran a stop sign, and he knew that he had done it, so he was willing to take it, which was fine. He got pulled over. Anyways, the rookie sheriff's deputy comes up to my dad, and the first thing out his mouth was, "What drugs are you on?" My dad goes, "I don't do any drugs. I don't do anything." This cop goes, "Why are you so?" He goes like this, unsnaps his gun, and is getting ready to pull his gun, and asks my dad, "Why are you so agitated?" "Because you're accusing me of doing drugs when I don't do drugs." Right out the gate. So the deputy goes, he runs my dad. Comes back again with his hand on his hip on his gun, like he's gonna pull it and shoot my dad. Comes back and goes, "You're not who I was looking for. I was looking for a Mexican that's driving a Honda like yours. I was looking for a Mexican." So my dad goes, "Not only are you an asshole, but you're a racist cop at that, thinking I'm Mexican. I'm Japanese, you dumbass."
Did they not have something?
What? No,
It was 120?
it was, yeah, it was one, because I got a discount, it was 120.
Yeah.
So for
You
him,
took his money?
huh?
You took his money? How much do
Um,
you have left over?
a lot,
80? Okay.
a lot.
He gave you how much cash?
Plus I still got 100 or something, because I had a discount, so I got.
See, that's where can you tell?
Yes.
Are you with me or not?
Yes, I'm
Because
with
it
you.
sure doesn't seem like it. You don't vibe or fucking sync at all.
I'm,
Period. Never have.
yes, I have.
No, you have this connection, but it's not a true vibe connection of a unity. No,
Okay.
it's a hang around that knows everything. There's a difference.
Anyway, so my dad went down to the police or to the sheriff's department and lodged a formal complaint against the entire sheriff's department. Put in a federal uh, complaint against the whole department.
The whole department for one rogue cop. He's a smart guy.
Um, well, it wasn't just him. There's other deputies that are assholes too. That he's.
Those are his.
What's that? What is that?
Moonrock.
Oh shit! Damn. What's this?
Honeycomb.
Uh,
White Widow.
What?
I believe so. From what I remember.
Oh my God.
Yep.
Huh?
Yep, that's 500 milligrams of White Widow right there.
I shall go daddy.
No, you shall not.
Okay.
Where is your entitlement come from? To just fucking do whatever the fuck you think you can do without having unity, without having anything, without doing anything. You feel you're entitled. My wax, my this, my that, my Adidas, my Jankos. It's not that way anymore. You need to grow. If you don't grow, you're going to find yourself growing on your own. going to be a sad situation for all of us. So I'm not going to be able to do this. You have not changed in your menial ways since we got together. You are not growing into a woman. You haven't grown into a woman. You're a girl, and that's the way you want to stay as a Toys R Us kid. Remember the conversation in the beginning? I remember it. If you don't remember it, I think you do. I said it several times. You'll always be a Toys R Us kid. Well, you know what? That's fucking the indoctrination. That's for the fucking idiots.
Oh, Emma.
And that bowl's full. Carl, you ran it. Yeah, I did think because he's a glutton. I would have broken it out tonight.
I dabbed him out a couple
You
times.
got to
last
dab
night.
every morning with one time in the morning, a couple of times at night. Please.
So
Small little dabs.
they don't have to dab when I'm dabbing all day. All right.
Where
What's
do you
this?
get that entitlement? What do you do?
I'm sober.
What do that's a question that you're gonna sidestep real
I
fast.
don't know. I'm not sidestepping nothing.
Oh,
Can
you
you
do all
turn
the
your
time.
light on? No, I'm not sidestepping. I just asked if you could turn your light on so I could see. Oh yeah, he's a bundle of fucking joy, but then he's like, there's a couple periods where it's like, I don't really want to continue drinking. He's turned completely atheist. Does not believe in God because of the religion and wanting money and all this, and that they're money hungry, lie. Christianity is evil fucking bullshit fucking thing.
Tell him that I've discovered the book before.
He's like, and if you read the Bible, that's bullshit too. The Bible's all fucking bullshit. And I told him, I was like, well, Doug has the original before all this shit happened that's been added to the new.
And he went,
Bible. And he was like, what, religion's bullshit?
Yeah, he couldn't
blah,
even
blah.
accept that I could have some original spiritual writings of.
Because he's gone atheist. He doesn't believe in God. It's like, it's like believing in Santa Claus. If you believe in Santa Claus, you're an idiot because there is no such person as this person that they named Santa Claus that goes down your fucking chimneys to bring you presents. There's no real person. So that being said, he goes, if there's no Santa Claus isn't real, there's no such thing as a God.
Look,
Could it be that the chimney represents?
perfect shape. I'm gonna unscrew the bolts and clean the bolts up and get all the rust off
Antique?
of it. Yeah,
That's patina. You want to take patina off?
Yeah, you really fucking it up. Did you
Yeah.
do anything to it yet?
yeah.
Yeah, you fucked it up. Might
This
as well
was
finish.
this was Jimmy.
Doesn't matter. I'm just saying it's patina.
Yeah.
Like your mom said, you don't clean up old items like that. They are worth 10 times as much if you don't do it.
Yep.
But we'll use it. Clean it up. We'll
Are you
just
sure?
use it till it breaks. Yeah, it would. I mean, it's gonna break. That's so old. That is.
I was gonna unscrew the bolts and
I
clean the
wouldn't
bolt.
even unscrew them.
Don't
They're so old.
just clean them just like how they are.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, you gotta be careful with what you do things to because old things are meant to look old.
Mm-hmm.
People like them that way.
Ugh.
It was in Jimmy's stuff that he left outside his trailer that he didn't take with
That
him,
is pretty cool.
along with his
It's
like
called a scythe.
it's
A
a
what?
scythe, yeah, but handheld.
Scythe.
That's not a swing blade?
That's what a scythe is.
Oh.
Except a scythe is real long and they use it to cut grass.
You clean it up, and we're gonna use it as a weapon.
That's what me and Chuck were talking
Yeah,
about.
it's just a weapon to have around.
We found a
It's not-
tomahawk.
What?
We found a tomahawk without the handle, and I was gonna clean up the tomahawk. It's all rusty. I was gonna clean it up, put a handle in. We also found Jimmy's old tool belt and stuff that he left, and all of his axe blades, and
axe blades.
yeah, Jimmy left all his axe blades and his tool belt and stuff.
Trailer.
No, it was just right outside of it. where all the trash was by the fence. Before he left, he threw stuff over there and didn't take some stuff.
That's pretty cool.
Pumpkin's in trouble
Why?
because she started a fight that didn't end. And she was fighting two cats. They were trying to kick her ass. And she's a little scrapper. Retarded as a fighter. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
That's the thing. She had no fear. She's fucking retarded. She's gonna get her ass killed. Locked in Patricia's room.
That's fine.
Fucking, I bounced her off the bed. I fucking kicked her with my fucking toes. And she likes to go and lay there like you hurt her. You ever seen that happen? She does this weird
Mhm.
freeze thing, which makes her easier to grab. If she knows you're there, she's just gonna lay there.
Mhm. That's fine.
She's locked in there. The litter box, right?
Yeah.
I'm sure she got food and water. Leave that bitch in there.
I'll make sure.
And if she scratches at the door,
Well,
you turn
she
the knob and you bang her in the head
she-
with that door.
does have a baby, but she's not taking care of that baby because I pulled it from her and gave it to Yip.
The last time you looked at that baby was
Just not when I got home.
bottle.
It's been nursing on
Yeah.
Tigers. I watched it. I'll keep an eye on it. If it looks like it, I'll make a bottle tonight. How come they call it G-Rocks and not Moon Rock?
Dorothy, are you still with me? You're so quiet. I set the Zoom down. What sort of personal conversations did we listen to? You're welcome to it because I invited you, of course. I don't remember what I said 5 minutes ago, let alone what I talked to my wife about. Anyway, what we got going here? We got nobody wanting to join on helping hands. It is the curse that I have had. Need to fix the curse.
See? It might be sharp.
that's just a bummer. I was setting up the document so it could be read, went out to share by tasking my task manager for screens to Facebook. Come back and the share has stopped, so I apologize. All right. So we've invited some people in to check out an academia published document. And the document will cover the Wills Act of 1837 and what is a secret trust. Final two words upon the document here. Welcome, Katrina on Texas. Switching, did not mean to switch that off. What I'm sharing is information of the secret trust, recognizing steps for recognizing a secret trust. This is publishing from academia. So it's published by a scholar, checked by scholars, can be removed from the academia.com. You know, other scholars, I think, have to validate it. I'm trying to fit it to window. Maybe I should go this way. I was hoping I could get it to read it for me. We'll see how it goes. I will have to back out of the share, go to the next, I believe, but we'll see how that goes. Looks like I'm going to need to get something to drink so that I can read it myself.
Would you like me to read it for you?
Hey, if you're not all parched, I'll sit here and continue to be parched. let me grab a soda anyway.
All right.
A soda because it's the closest. And give me just a moment. But yeah, somebody else wants to read, I will scroll and switch and I'll be right back. Yeah, I think that is going to be, and I couldn't turn off notifications, so I apologize. Gonna be ugly. All right, let me get a drink. We are waiting for others. I've shared it a bit broader this time. My wife buys Coca-Cola by the flat because she has pancreatitis and it helps when the heartburn starts coming, when you start getting the indigestion. Coca-Cola out of the can actually seems to be a remedy for somebody who suffers and that sort of thing. So yeah, I have heartburn. All right, we are reading. I mean, we are reading and we are recording, just so you know. Narrator, are you ready? You're on mute, Katrina.
What happens when a secret trust fails in English law? Secret trusts are a conundrum. That is why they feature so prominently in LLB trust examinations. Let's take an example. Adam, a testator, age 80, contacts his friend Bruce to ask him a favor. He asks Bruce if he can be a legatee for him for a property he wishes to hold and distribute for Claire, his longtime secret lover with whom he has a child, Debbie. He does not want Eve, his wife, to know that this property is to be held for Claire. So he swears Bruce to secrecy. He intends Bruce to hold this property cottage on the Gower Peninsula for Claire, who in turn is instructed to hold on a life interest with residual for her daughter Debbie. Adam then dies, and in his will he leaves $400,000 in cash for his wife Claire and a cottage on the Gower Peninsula worth $180,000 to his friend Bruce. So we can see a few problems from the start. The first is, has Bruce told Claire that he is legatee for her life tenancy in the Gower cottage and that she is told hold residual estate for her daughter Debbie? If she is unaware of Adam's intention for her to benefit from a life interest in the cottage and residual for Debbie, then how eventually can this property be held for Claire? It is somewhat of a waste of time, and a good lawyer would not propose such a trust solution. Furthermore, as we know from 53(1)(b) LPA 1925, all transfers of real property must be evidenced in writing. Was there any writing? The big issue that can be recognized consistent with Section 9 of the Wills Act of 1837, which requires compliance with formalities. Absent in this case, two witnesses who are not beneficiaries to attest to Adam's signature on the will. Equity cannot allow statute to be used as an instrument of fraud. The fraud here would be that if no one knows that Bruce holds for Claire, then Bruce can just ignore the oral trust. He can justify this by stating that Section 9 of the Wills Act requires a signed and witnessed will for the legacy to be valid. What are the steps for recognizing a secret trust? Did I lose you?
Okay, I'm back. I was talking with the microphone muted. So, did you want to comment on what you read, or you want me to make my comment?
I would like you to make your comment, please.
All right. This is me winging it. Divinely guided by God every moment. So there's this old guy, Adam. He's 80. He's been cheating on his wife, and he wants to get his friend Bruce involved in this what could be a fraudulent will. So therefore, anything of fraud is invalid upon its face at the moment of its inception, meaning that it never happened. So you can take a law, statute, code, ordinance, whichever, and prove it to be fraud or in violation of your due process guarantees by the Constitution granted under the authority of the Almighty. If you can prove that, you will invalidate the law from the moment that they started thinking of it. The first thought. So that means it's gone. Can't use it. So this guy wants to create this, what could be, we'll find out, a fraudulent conveyance with his friend Bruce. And the question at the end was there requirement of 3 witnesses? Because anytime that you want something to be a valid, lawful document, you go notarize it. Well, in the case of a will, you have it signed by 3, and 3 is equal to notary. But you have to have each of the 3 scribe and sign by affidavit, an affidavit of testate that you did this will on this day at this time, and they witnessed you do, all that, so that you want an affidavit of their signature upon the will. That you could just put the will away and then say, hey, can you just get me the affidavit at some point? I don't plan on going today, so please don't forget. You can supply them with a template where they can fill in the blanks. I think that would be sufficient. But the question is going to be, is a secret trust that isn't signed by 3 valid on its face? So I'm going to go to page 2. In doing so, I believe I have to stop sharing screen, go back in. May have been able to just scroll. Why is it not letting me? Ah, there we go. I have to. Are we really going to play this game with me today, Zoom? I bet you it's fun to look at. Can we move on? I'm just having a Zoom full day today. This is attempt 2. See what we're looking at here, because I pulled forward something that came with that document. I thought that document was going to go on and continue and telling us, but I think it's going to be within some of the attached items that were within the research to. Let me switch the view, get us a wide angle. What are we talking about? European Union soft policy, member state population security of the Arctic. The Arctic Passage. They're concerned with global warming. This isn't getting us anywhere towards where we were going, but very interesting. As where's my, can I write with the, I can't make a mark on here. Can I? right in around the center of the screen. Okay, now we're doing things that I don't know fully what I've done, but let's see where we're at.
Yeah.
One moment. So this is not what I was looking for, but I sure would like to know how I just accidentally changed it. Welcome to my world. I find out much information at a very slow pace, and it compounds to extreme amounts of knowledge in a short time. And I don't know how I did it, but um, okay, okay. We don't. Sometimes you feel like a nut, sometimes you don't.
It's all right. At least you're trying.
That's right. Because see, we can flip through it like this. So now we are going to page 2, and I appreciate your patience. Um, it doesn't appear that I'm recording though, does it? Yes, it does. Page 2. To recognize a secret trust requires some methods to ensure that a secret trust is not caught by the Wills Act formality requirements. The debtors, sure they meant debtors, debtors, the will. No, I'm sure that is in fact something. Theory, debtors, the will theory per Mr. Snowden in an explanation. The logic is that the express trusts are not construed until the subject matter of the trust. In this case, the Gower Peninsula Cottage and any chattels and or any money are vested in the trustee during the testor's lifetime, following communication by the testor and acceptance by the trustee. If it is said that these trusts arise independently of the will by reason of the personal obligation accepted by the legatee. It is interesting to note though that that these trusts cannot be constituted until the subject matter of the trust is vested in the trustee by the executor following the death of the testator. The main objection to their validity must be that they cannot be testamentary trusts since they were created inter vivos in expectation, promise of the property being transferred on death by the executors to the trustee. I am firmly convinced that a dehors the will theory is untenable. In trusts, as we know, it is impossible to declare an immediately effective trust of future property. Interesting. It has been argued that this might be treated as a trust of testor promise to have a future acquired property to trustee in the future. Okay, that's not how a trust is, but let's move on. But promise can be varied, and it can be varied by an indenture that is not just verbally expressed, but okay. And secret trust unconstrued, constituted until after the testator's death can have terms of the trust varied after the testator declares the trust, it may, for example, be revoked. However, as long as there is evidence, oral or suffice, of the secret trust, it may be possible to invoke proper proprietary estoppel to invalidate or change the revocation. This can only apply where the testor has made a clear representation about the validity of the trust, followed by determinantal reliance by the beneficiary. It would be unconscionable, close enough, to deny the trust. Unconscionable to deny the trust. When somebody makes a trust, it is. And in the state of Nevada, it says in the revised statutes that verbal agreements are binding in all courts in Nevada, just like NRS 1.030. The common law must be upheld in all courts of Nevada. Section 1 of the Nevada Revised Statute, subsection 30, like in the beginning, common law. They misconstrue the definition, but I have information that I can share on that as well that I'd be sharing now, but I store things away so deep. In the case, we have a secret trust, express trust. That's where you express it to another through the verbal expression, in which the subject matter is land. As we know, section 53 1B of the LPA 1925 requires that any declaration of trust must be evidence in writing. This was recognized for a half-secret trust in re bilii, so must performance be recognized in a fully secret trust. In the very unusual case of Ottaway versus Norman, a fully secret trust was held to be enforceable even though it was not evidenced in writing. One way to reconcile this ruling is to create and we're going to switch pages and look at the footnotes here really quickly as we transition pages. The whole basis of secret trust is that they operate outside the will. The will can be one's will to do so, as I've heard. Keep that in mind. It's not just a written will. Changing nothing that is written in it and allowing it to operate according to its tenure. But then fascinating a trust onto the property in the hands of the recipient. A secret trust is an express trust declared during the testor's lifetime, life-time, meaning that is continuance of evidence. Oakley Constructive Trusts, 3rd edition, London Street and Maxwell, 1996, page 262. Should we reference that? I'll move on, unless somebody says go. Regarding Ellenborough, 1903, chapter 697, whether consideration has been provided for the covenant to settle property on trust has been provided to be of critical significance when a settlor, testor, declares a trust of properties yet to be acquired. but receipt of which is expected in the future. Look at that page transitions. I'm learning, ladies and gentlemen. Special category, or would you like to read and I'll take a drink of?
A
Special,
special
there you go. You're on.
special category of secret trust of land, which operates as a constructive trust. Given constructive trusts are specifically exempt from the evidence and writing requirement of Section 53 1B LPA 1925. According to Graham Virgo, the preferable view is that a secret trust of land can be validly declared in the absence of writing, pursuant to the trustee's conduct. He argues. You want me to stop?
No, that is
Oh,
big. I just like
yes.
to mute my microphone because I am expressive sometimes, but please continue. That was huge. We'll recap.
He argues that the trustee is unconsciously allowing the testator to leave the land in the expectation the trust will hold in trust for another, means that trustees should not utilize the formality requirements of the LPA 1925 to be used as an instrument of fraud. However, as seen in the case of Rockafall, this person versus this person, the use of this doctrine does not mean that the trust itself is not an expressed trust. In Ottaway versus Norman, there was also an issue on money and chattels left the housekeeper on a life interest, and rather these, if not exhausted in her lifetime, should result back to the son with the cottage she was left as the life interest. The matter was resolved, in my view, very unsatisfactorily by ascertaining that the housekeeper did not maintain separate accounts for the lifetime gift of chattels on money. As such, the property was deemed to be effectively exhausted by the housekeeper, and no resulting trust could operate for the son of the testator. Conclusion. What can we conclude? That the law is not clear, that the use of unconscionability as a means to prevent the use of statute as an instrument of fraud cuts both ways. If we have statutory requirements of writing to prevent the use of questionable oral instructions, then must it not be in the public's interest to prevent the circumvention of statutory rules to give effect to oral expectations, which cannot be evidentially verified save through questionable methods? Surely, if someone wanted to leave a gift to a lover, he or she can do so openly in an express trust in the full light of day. We are living supposedly in a modern pluralist democracy and not in Victorian England, in which the opprobrium of sexual peccadillos must perforce be hidden from society. As far as I'm concerned, secret trusts belong in the past and only in examiners' problem questions for LLB students.
Okay.
Whew.
So Graham Burgo, it can be declared. That's what I've heard of the express irrevocable trust being one of the most solid trusts. I believe it's below the ecclesiastical trust. And let's see if I say it right. Ecclesiastical divine deed pool commissioned agreement, estate trust. But I spoke with an attorney for trusts. He was a trust advocate or attorney, something. He told me you could not have grantor as the God, and God is the grantor of all things. But he said the courts wouldn't recognize it and that it wouldn't be a valid trust. And I rebutted, and he says, I'm not going to, and we let it go. I didn't want to upset his day. That's not what it was about. But I digress. This guy says the testator to leave the land expected. Trustee holds the trust of another, means the trustee should not utilize the formality requirements of LPA 1925. Land patent agreements, LPA. I will bet that is what that is an acronym for. I like playing acronyms. I hadn't looked that one up. I don't think I'll need to. And that was a tough name. So yeah, the express trust is effect, but there is a secret conveyance or security agreement, acceptance of trustee affidavit that you would sign. You could have a witness signing of the witness. You would mail it to self, registered mail label. I would include certified return receipt, and you don't open it. And you give that to the trustee in the future. And it would be dated for the future. It's like a predated check, basically. And then if ever called upon to prove, he's got the proof in his hand. So let's move on here. And that is the end of it. That was short. That was this is information I'm getting from academia. I subscribed. I feel like I'll write something someday. I could publish it now if it was my own everything. And I talk enough to do so, to properly edit all that. Most viewed. Anglo-Saxon closed will. Discuss ethical wills for the salvation. Oh, I bet you that's, I like where this one's going. For the salvation of the souls, for the welfare of the state. Treasures and perpetual trusts for I will bet this is the trap trust. This is the public trust. The this 13th to the 15th century, salvation of the souls, welfare of the state. So the state is of the estate, as I like to say. Once you have a perfected trust or a state trust, then you now have your own statehood. My statehood or state is of the helping hands, state of the helping hands near Urington, Nevada. I'm pausing for so long because the second word is so difficult. Dubrovnik. In Dubrovnik, there exists only one government and one state and one treasurer's office, most maturely and solemnly instituted by our predecessors. For it acts not only for the salvation of the souls for the dying, but also for the good and honor of the whole Ragusan state, and particularly for the subsistence of the poor and miserable persons, as worked in the Argega, Argenga of the regulation form 1441. The former statement in which piety or poor relief are, are mentioned alongside the highest interest of the state should not be discarded as empty rhetoric juggling with commonplaces, but ought to be understood as a reflection of the deeply rooted belief that states rise and fall by the will of God, good deeds being their best invokers, just as the legacy bequeathed from religious or charitable purposes was to ensure an individual the salvation of his soul or her. So would the state, which protected and encouraged said bequeath, enjoy the power of divine grace. The most important link in this aspiration was the office of the treasurer. Considering that not only religious security, but also secular religiousness reminded the lasting feature of the Ragusan social practice. It is not unusual that the treasurers, practitioners of the cathedral, and other churches and monasteries were laymen, chosen by the Patrician bodies. Got some footnotes here. Let's look over here. And if we spoke Spanish, are you bilingual by chance? You can read the Spanish version parts. Maybe it may be Italian. For a survey of the church state hyphen. So church and state together are a estate relationship. I added that. See Konstantin Volvodnik versus, yep, yeah, them in the Republici. Yeah, this is Espanol or Italian. Codex Diplomaticus Reginae. I feel like I'm casting spells, but that is the trick that I am learning of that is not shared in the religious practice found in the Doctrina of Christiania, pre-King James spiritual doctrine that was bastardized per king, and I do believe outlines our bastardization of emphasis in our words and punctuation, creating different elements of sentence as it takes you through the timeline. It outlines what the kings did and how they changed it. And they show you the original, and you can actually go and copy the original and go and decipher it at a really cool site where you can decipher ancient Greek or anything. It's really cool find. But I digress, and I think we can move on. Except for just mention before we do that God's deeds being their best invokers, just as a legacy bequeathed for religion or charitable purposes, was to ensure an individual the salvation of his soul. So would the state, which protected and encouraged each bequeath, enjoy the power of divine grace? I believe so. I've been told by local officials in the matter that the property must be in the name of a bona fide religious association, organization, meaning my property my mom left me in trust for the benefit of the beneficiaries, my beneficiaries. They're squeezing individuals now to place their property in the trust. No more property taxes. You know how quick property taxes in California are outrageous. So if you weren't learned and you heard that, you might run down there and put it in the name of your church to find out later that you cannot sell that for your benefit. You would have to sell it and give it to the community in a like benefit or the closest benefit like it. That's IRS rules. So once you 501c3 and you get your church and all that, you've gone to their rules now. If you take it to the level of in which you need to follow. My church, the Trinity of Life Church, not mine, but the one I associated January 2018 for the benefit of humanity, the community, anything that we can do within our means, we do it. Helping Hands for Humanity, Mason Valley / TOLC, Trinity of Life Church. I registered that subsidiary of the church, a subsidiary under the same EIN as a 501c3 through the IRS and all the rest of the subsidiaries. But I registered Helping Hands with Nevada as to affect some things. But I can't put the property in the name of the church because that's going to take it away from beneficiaries, my decedent estate. So I got just that, a decedent estate EIN number. That is, create an estate trust. So one could either have a declared estate trust declared on the public record, the recorder of deeds, aka highest court of record. Anything recorded on that record after 30 days stands as in fact law until rebutted in similar form or in a court of competent jurisdiction. That's important too. They will try to take you into a court with no jurisdiction and get you to acquiesce, but I digress. In order to reconstruct, why was that so difficult? In order to reconstruct the early years of the treasurer's office, one should turn to the documents that concern the procurators of the cathedral. Actually, Ragusan documents from the mid 13th century reveal the existence of 3 state bodies related to cathedral. Wow. This is going to get really deep, and I predict it's going to be similar to what I am attempting to do. the procurators responsible for the finances of the construction works conducted on the cathedral. Procurators operis ecclesi s Marie. Procurators labori Latin laborari laborari procuratoris procuratoris, like to procure, procuratoris et antipositi. Now these Latin words are huge to be able to speak. I don't mean to delay the reading, but I think it's best to. A lot of people will read things and just read through it, and you have to discern. I feel I've been gifted by divine grace, discernment since right around January 2018. Right before, actually, because it was more November 2017, my great awakening. That's a whole nother story. But Latin, it's huge. I'm sure that's Latin. I can almost cipher it. Crazy. For our topic, and here therefore I will not discuss their activities. Okay, so the people that were in charge of the finances of the cathedral and all that, they're not going to be talked about here. Okay, why even bring it up? Because they would have said, why didn't you talk about this? So they cover their bases. The second body was responsible for the regular revenues and costs of the cathedral. Procuratores ecclesiis s Marie. I'm not going to read these, but I'm going to look for why within 1 year mandate these curators were to keep a written record of the cathedral's income and expenditures, about which they occasionally informed the court. Later rector, the count, informed the count. Later rector, I bet you that's recorder. On the third kind of the cathedral procurators, the early sources offer very little information, though most essential for our topic because of the treasurer's office stemmed from it. The procurators were in charge of the relinquary procuratores forum sanctum Marie, as well as of the documents kept with it. Okay, so what it is we're getting it in two languages. Okay, I think it's telling us the same thing I'm reading. Okay, so I'm going to just try to skip over them and just flow without trying to read the Greek or Italian or whichever language it may be. Honorably, I move on. All three were patricians. The first two laymen, while the third was a canon who acted as notary in the service of the estate, which will be on the next page. So I want to recap. In order to reconstruct this trilateral trust commission, as it's called today, I do believe, in what I am discerning from, they refer to it as a trilateral agreement trust. There's a treasurer office, a bank. Okay. You are the bank these days. Secured party creditor, private banker, foreign, exempt from registration of solicited funds shall be Stand by. Had to quiet the background noise. So there's the treasurer. Maybe that is the bank, because today's international affairs in the new paradigm as we are in now, with the whole blockchain, digital dollar, and such. It has been my understanding for some time, and this was given to me early, is that we are the bank. We are the bank now. The bank will act as the treasurer. The treasurer is the oversight committee, the fiduciary. That is of international affairs. I don't know how they're going to transition people into the comprehension thereof, but that gives you opening as a merchant in goods and services to associate how you like in international affairs under the UCC or a variation of, or your own laws that don't infringe upon another person's person or property. Because the UCC says they're amendable. You can amend them, you can change the wording, the terminology, you can change it completely and write your own bylaws within your trust. The UCC will tell you how it is to contract and what you need to put into your trust indenture. So I'm going to move on, or I'm going to just keep talking and we'll get too far off of the topic at hand. Oh boy, I did it. I jumped. Let's see where we're at. Bear with me. Okay. Narrator assistant, would you like to pick up from here for this page?
I,
Some
I'm not
tongue
gonna be
twisters.
able to.
There are some tongue twisters, so you can just skip the tongue twisters, names. If it seems like a he, say he. Seems like it's going to be a she, say she. You know, not to discredit anyone here. That's not my intention. It's only to flow of the comprehension so that we're not getting stuck in a feeling of, oh, I can't read or I can't spell, or, you know, I'm stumbling and fumbling, but it's not bothering me because I'm in the flow of comprehension. So the more that I learn to flow without getting stuck in Damjan Judah, which is not too hard to say, but other instances, there are very difficult terminology. So do your best, skip over it. If you want to sound it out, you can do that as well. You know, I kind of had fun with the Latin there, but go ahead.
Uh, according to a recent reconstruction of Gundula, who was son-in-law of Damjan Judah, one of the most powerful noblemen of the mid-13th century and founder of the Gundulak political clan. Yet the influential patrician Miho Pazan is of essential importance to us. Because some 10 years later, his will initiated the practice of perpetual trusts, which was to seek a new way of real estate administration and organization, of orderly bookkeeping that eventually led towards a system of rents. The main topic of this book, the office was renamed several decades later when the list of duties performed by these procurators began to expand into a new field. In a document from 1280, they were still referred to as procurators. The procuratores, the Sari Ecclesi, Sancti Maria in but in less than a year or two later, they appeared under the name the Sari Ecclesi Sancte Marie Mioris. And I apologize, which they retained permanently. With regard to certain development features, there is a clear analogy with the Venetian procurators of San Marco. However, the Venetian basilicas was not a cathedral, but ducal chapel and the main church of the state cult, closely connected with the seat of secular power. It was the scene of important public ceremonies and a repository of the relics essential for the Venetian state identity. The responsibilities of the procurators. Are you wanting to read the notations?
Yeah, I was just talking to myself with the mic muted, but I don't. So
Well, I see someone up there that can help us with this language issue.
oh boy, we got. Don't tell me. Don't tell me. I don't even want to look. I already know.
One of our
The
favorite
man of
people, right there.
etymology. Is it not the man of etymology himself? As
It
far as I see,
is.
far
It
as I,
is.
Mr. Keith Little.
What
It
do we
sure
got,
is.
folks?
Oh, this is we'll take you to the beginning just to show you what it is. We're only about 3 pages in, but it's for the salvation of the souls, for the welfare of the state. Perpetual trusts and express trust are spoke about, and we were going back and forth and reading, but I keep having this issue. keeps wanting to change pages on me, and I've got to learn how to not let that happen. But see, now if I go this way, guys, please help me out, because this is going to probably help a lot. Is this readable? And probably better, no? Because I can actually read that. And
Okay. Well, in basic simplicity is what we're talking about here is the Domesday report, and which is generally the beginning of statistics around 1100 AD. And then we've got the 5 Mile Act, which is something that was, let me look that up. I can't remember exactly when it was, but
is that regulations form 1441?
1665, just before the Seneca v. Trust Act.
Ah,
And what it is an Oxford Act or Nonconformist Act, which the ecclesiastical forum of this supposed government was kicking people outside of the town, at least 5 miles out of town, if they didn't conform with the community guidelines, regulations, rules, laws, codes, ethics. So if they didn't subject themselves to the commercialization of the community, then they would be removed from the community by the merchants.
and cast out into the rural.
Right. But if we look at the Bible, it even tells us that the farmers are the ones that tend the land outside of the cities. And I believe it's 5 miles. I'll have to double check that, but either way, the concept is the same. The merchants centralize and they operate on the farmers from that community to provide their wares for the sojourn travelers from other communities. Today, we have these big merchant centers and agricultural farms that don't provide for the local community. They provide for the entire world according to what their best interests are for profits,
Yes.
which is totally against working for the local community.
Okay.
That's why they have embargoes and sanctions for all the imports and exports.
So they can control the money.
Yep.
So on page 2, it talked about the treasurer's office and the three estates or 3 trusts that are of the treasurer, and I think there was some really good terminology in here that I wanted to. Now there's some Latin, and they're talking about, word form change in Latin terms here. And I'm trying to, while she was reading it and moving on for just the flow of everything, I was trying to gather, what are they saying when they seem to be repeating? And I'm looking for punctuation. I'm looking for emphasis, I could turn it on its side as long as I don't get it to. Now,
Right
here,
there, Benedictine monasteries. You know what the Admiralty Benedictine is?
no, not heard that term.
Let's see here. Actually,
Grayling,
it's a Benedict of Admiralty. And what it is, it's a book that all the judges have. It's a $15,000 book. And it
and
tells you exactly how the Admiralty works.
I will
And
bet I can
and-
find it if I had information on that book. We'll talk later.
Yep. And it's a book that you see when they talk about Benedict, we're talking about monasteries. And when we talk about the Benedict of Admiralty. Then we're talking about the church posing the political forum.
The Vatican and the Holy See.
So what we see today is what I've been talking about is that Universal Postal Union.
Mhm.
Okay, that's done under the Uniform Customs Code, which is all operated through Bern, Switzerland. That's the treasurer, and then you have the City of London, the City of Vatican, and the City of Washington, D.C.
Mhm. Just as their three here are pointed out. Where was that at? That was on the next page, which they went into the three that they were pointing out. The entity of three is very powerful, and it's all in the use of magic, which really I found to be outlined in the recent fine Doctrina Christiania, which I just
Yes.
downloaded, found to contain a lot of the facts, like you were pointing out, the, how the words became emphasized and punctuation and such. And it opened my mind when you said that. I hadn't caught that, but
Yeah, because see, every time somebody writes a language, there are construction styles, and when it changes, when somebody creates a new dialect, like in Chinese and Vietnamese and Japanese, they have many dialects. They use the same construction, but they use different combinations and such. And that's the same thing that happens when we switched from the Doctrina Catarina to the King James Version of the Bible. See, they wrote the one for the people in the Philippines under the Spanish version, and
the
the
original,
King James Version was an English version that was converted from the German. And the German was the actual origins of both.
that's the one I have,
Yeah.
the German version, because they had a court order that said they couldn't make money in this country. So now they can't take the donations they once did. So it's now open source in the United States.
Yeah, and that's why everything's contract.
Mhm.
All right. Well, I just popped in to see what was going on. I'm going to head back to the never-ending Zoom. I had a couple other ones I had to do with real quick, and then check the Facebook stuff. So I just thought I'd pop in and see what was going on.
I must have been in another one earlier and there was nobody, it was crickets. So I figured, didn't know what was going on. No, your Zoom is open. Like anybody could pop into it. Your personal Zoom. Did you
Yeah,
know that?
but it doesn't record or anything until I come in.
It's like a free room to hang out in. It's pretty cool to leave it that way for people. I
Yep.
used to do the same. Appreciate you, Keith.
You
Thanks
bet.
for this.
Anytime.
And I was just going to ask him about San Marco and Venetian Procurators of San Marco, and he knows so much. It's just so amazing. And he has been on a quantum download himself from speaking to him. He is, I think we were on this page of San Marco, expanded gradually from the caretaking of the Basilia, guardsmanship for minors, holding of deposits and state assets, to the duties related to the execution of wills and administration of growing number of pious trusts. The proliferation of duties dealing with the real estate bequests gave way to certain structural changes in 1266. The office of the curator of San Marco was split into two, the public and the private. We'll see. with 2 procurators responsible only for those matters. Procuratorus commissaire. Oh, do you see where it says commission? They procured a commission under a subcommission. So they, mhm. And the other 2 dealing with the rest. Operation, okay. Yeah, these, okay, let's do something here. Is it possible? No. I was going to copy and paste and search some definitions, but yet the initial analogies between the earlier mentioned Phoenician bodies and their Ragusan counterparts melted away with the development of an increasingly different practice of administering perpetual charitable trusts. So that's the old way. Aha. Because they deemed that people get old and they should have different rights. Or not they, people get old, so therefore we have to give them more rights than we had because they're divinely guided in life. Anyway, I'm going to stop babbling and just read. Series of Ragusan treasurers may be read as a golden almanac of Dubrovnik participate, reliably and experience, as well as lack of personal financial worries. When the essential prerequisites of those who would be entrusted with the considerable estate and sums of money of the deceased, and who would be entrusted with the considerable estate and sums of money of the deceased, and who were to see that their charitable bequests were executed accordingly. Of the treasurers mentioned in the early records of the period 1280 to 1283, Miho Ragunia and Pasco Valcaso were in their 50s. Mr. Sorgo was in his 60s, and Mentz turned 70. All 4 had a reciprocal receptable cursus homorum behind them. Respectable. They all had respectable cursus honorum behind them. They were honorable men. They were nobles. Okay. That's what that's saying. I can't believe I deciphered that. Anyway, their successors to the post were of similar qualities. However, performance of the age of mature candidates had its flaws regarding to the age of majority. And the statutes recurrently call upon the disability due to old age, poor health, and weakness. Per la et grande et per infirmita del texorier. Oh, that was almost good. I'm going to quit while I'm ahead. By the second half of the 14th century, the office of the treasurer was held for life, which in the political structure of the republic represented a noble exception, a constitutional anomaly, as Chambers commenced on, and we'll continue that in just a moment after. We'll be right back in 2 and 2. No, remember that? Love Connection, Pat Sajak, 2 and 2. So to recap on the experience versus disabilities of old age, noblemen. Okay, first it talked about sums of money, charitable bequests executed accordingly, treasurers mentioned in the early records, 1280 to 1283. It mentioned honorable, respectable, noble blood behind them. They're successors to the post. So that means any bloodline or family tree that can be traced back to, let's say, Mr. Sorgo or Mintz or any nobleman, you can be the treasurer of your estate, of your state of estates. This is something I discovered. I don't know, I've heard it talked about. I was waiting for this moment for me to say it. I'm sure others know, but it is that piece to the puzzle. Now, maybe there's another piece of the puzzle that allows otherwise, like disabilities of the old age. Notice it doesn't say disabilities of old age like they speak now. It says disabilities of the old age, of the. So, like the United States of America. I'm not going to get too off on this, but of is in what I comprehend, and I'm not super savvy, but the terminology is a dangling participle verb when used that way. So the United States of America is the of is without. The meaning of in that structure as a dangling participle verb is to intend without. So the United States without America. State of Nevada, a state without Nevada. Used to be the capital T United States of the Americas, I believe. But I digress and I'll move on. So the nobleman had the authority to be the treasurer back in 1280, 1283. And these guys got together and created a trilateral underneath a fourth guy who is a treasurer, private banker, secured party banker, secured party creditor. The treasurer credits the credits to those who claim the credit. So I will move on. Let's see. Ginger, welcome. Katrina in Texas, welcome as well. I'm going to change pages here. Success, good. It didn't make a mess and have to go back and. All right. And I haven't been looking at the chat. I apologize. I'll check the chat after I stop sharing screen. How's that sound? Would anybody else like to read this page? As stated earlier, you can skip over the names, you can skip over the Latin, you can struggle with the Latin, try to pronounce it, because the more you practice with the pronunciation, the terminology becomes more efficient. Efficiency is key. So I'm not embarrassed that I read at a third grade level, yet comprehend at who knows what level I'm able to discern. No volunteers for reading? I've been brought my dinner and I bet you I can get through it by the time you get to the end of the page.
I'll attempt.
There you are.
their Venetian counterparts, the procurators of San Marco. However, cases of short stay on duty were not rare. For example, Martol Tadusi was elected to the post at the beginning of 1381. Yet, due to permanent incapacity, he terminated the office after 7 years of incumbency. In 1427, a deputy was being elected because it was established that Volko was sick due to old age and was of somewhat unsound mind. Infamous et Quadomodo. In other cases, the motive for termination has not been recorded, though. As in the case of distinguished Stefan, I lost you.
I believe this was it. Right. Did I land it? Or is it too far? That's the one, right? Go ahead.
That's the one. Stefan Lusari. The reason has to be sought in his traveling on diplomatic missions. Namely, an important and demanding treasurer's office could not tolerate longer absence. And by the 1366 law, a treasurer who was absent from Dubrovnik due to state matters was to be replaced by a newly elected treasurer. For the same reason of permanent occupation, a candidate could not be elected to other government institutions, except for the rector's office, membership of the minor council, and the Senate. That's interesting. As well as member of embassy. Moreover, in 1414, the state prohibited refusal of treasurer's office. Refusal. In the earlier periods, too, the treasurer's life tenure was known to remain an unachieved ideal. Yet it was not until 1500 that the term of office was shortened to 3 years, in addition to 2 years until a re-election was possible. A shift from an office for life towards a generally favored principle of rotation through offices might be accounted by the patriarchs.
Stand by. One more. There you go. Sorry.
A shift from an office for life towards a generally favored principle of rotation through offices might be accounted by the patriarch's demographic potential. The turn from the 15th to the 16th century marked the golden age of Dubrovnik, the demographic size of the patriarch being at its
That is a lot of information.
that's the truth.
Man. So to recap, the Venetian counterparts, which are Venetian counterparts, are those of Italy, nobles of Italy, or counterparts thereof, friends of the noble. So the noble was the treasurer because he had the nobility to be, and his counterparts are the three, and they're all of San Marco. And believe it or not, it's screaming out at me to say this, and I'm going to say it and reserve your right to accept it, research it, do whichever. But when they talk about the procurators of San Marco, you reference that in your trust indenture. If this still stands, I'm not saying that's the way to do it. I'm saying you can use these certain things. You can stand upon Divio, Volco, and how he was old and unsound mind. Look at that. Infamous et quada quo ad modo. That means unsound mind. Examine nitrous. So quo ad modo. I'm going to learn Latin and Greek. I really am, because I don't think it's going to be that difficult. Diplomatic missions speaks about that in here, and I believe, don't want to misstate, but you were reading in regards to the diplomatic mission of the treasurer, and while he's out of the estate, could not tolerate long absences. The treasurer has to be there. He can't just show up at every meeting once a year. The board meeting, he could be on the board as stated in this, could be a board member, but I'm going to get to that. He had to be around. He was, give me just a second. When we switch pages, I'll show you the title to this. He had to be in the office as the treasurer. You're welcome. And I hate it when I'm reading and I miss the messages. There's like 6 of them in there, and I apologize for not answering the previous. So his treasurer's got to be there. The most important, the bank's got to be open, right? Life doesn't happen if you can't access the funds. Nobody else can be assistant treasurer. I don't think I've ever heard that referred in the States, but anyway. Then they started referring to how they only allowed 3 years as a treasurer. When somebody of that power, as one who is a private banker, foreign national, with diplomatic missions and such, doesn't mean he has immunity, but he may. 3 years is the term so that it keeps the system flowing, and maybe he should teach the treasury aspect to one of the other 3, as they could rotate as treasurer elected by the parties by a show of hands. Who wants this person treasurer this time because he's learning really well? Or maybe you have to elect somebody It has to be within the association, and there's only this association of 4 described. So I think we got to move on and see what's to come. But I just wanted to recap, as I always do, so that I can get a better comprehension of it. Elected treasurer, 1385, around the age of 50. He lived until 1414. Two years after he was elected, his term ended in office as treasurer. Simplified in 1944 by a provision according to which is such a case a deputy from amongst the members of the minor council be elected Lieber Beograd Sanus. So possibly if we wanted to take the time out and look up I would bet it's going to be in the Lieber code, section 14, chapter 8. Omnium, the Lieber reference. Omni, omni, many, omnium. Lieber many reference, chapter 14, subchapter 8, page 84 to 85. Okay, I move on. The office of the procurator of San Marco in Venice remained for life. So you claim the right thereof with and by the procurator of San Marco. You date it, you put that in your indenture as your declaration under your God granted rights, the common law, the practice of the land, the practice of those smart people before us that made it all happen. You want to continue reading from here? I'm still trying to munch down a couple of bites.
Yes.
There you are.
1 second. I set my glasses down.
Take your time.
Are we starting from the treasuries, treasurers to brokers, or at the top?
We're going to start at the top, but I have to fulfill a promise and go back and see what the title was, unless you remember and can cite it. Somebody asked, and I'm going to do that.
Okay.
For the salvation of the souls, for the welfare of the state. Ragusan treasurers and perpetual trusts for pious purposes from the 13th to the 15th century. So it's for old, disabled, and you can do an estate a will. It used to be only for the noble, as we were talking about in that page. I think one more. It's gonna get harder when I get down toward more. Okay, so let's continue if you would like. Oops, sorry.
When there are plenty of candidates for every office. However, it was probably not by chance that the application of a short-term rotation system on the treasurer's office coincided with the proliferation of the treasurer's duties and the shift of focus from experience and maturity to financial skill. See below. However, the treasurer's 3-year mandate soon proved to have a harmful effect on the continuity of administration, and in 1512 it was extended to 5 years. Whereas during the demographic ebb in the period after the Great Earthquake in 1667, the treasurer was again elected to the post for life.
You can stay your private banker status forever as of now. We'll see.
From treasurers to financial brokers. The range of the treasurer's duties changed and expanded over the centuries, yet always with the responsibilities that required men of utmost confidence. By succeeding in some tasks, the procurators of the reliquary, the treasurers were entrusted with the keeping of the holy relics essential for the community's identity. As memorized in the name of their office, this function was expanded with the custody of the treasure, yet that of the legal nature. The most important documents and privileges of the Ragusan commune. With time, they began to act as fiduciaries for citizens who deposited their valuables at the treasury. Solid reputation of the treasury and its procurators.
Oh, I did it. I was going to say something really good about that too. All right. Also attracted foreign lords and magistrates to follow the practice. So foreign lords and magistrates begun to act like the treasurer, who was a nobleman, who was a thinker of noble blood, brought up, taught things that most don't get taught unless you are of the noble back then. Um, foreign trade or attracted foreign lords. A foreign lord is simply you or I of our own estate. We lord over our estate. Now they call it a foreign entity, opposite a natural individual defined by the UCC, Universal Commercial Code, which is the law of the international, which is in effect just reconstituted and affected for now time paradigm shift. We're in that now. So they started following in his practice. He was doing so well that they thought, all right, well, courts are going to join him. The court started recording their documents. That's the magistrates, the foreign lords. Holy relics, essential for the community's identity. So records of the past, like I can go on public record right now, live, go to Lyon County Recorder, go online, search my name, show you a status document I put on in 2017, November 11th, September 11th, 2017 is when I put my first document on the public record, recorder of deeds, highest court of record. And that is what they're referring to here for the relics essential for the community's identity, because the community wouldn't have a population if they didn't have this system of recording your land deed. Now, I could get into the fraud of that system, but I'm not going to here. I'm going to continue in what this path is in, which is trusts, the entities of the trust, and how they functioned as history developed in and of the trust that was known prior and used prior in Italy. So, see if I can successfully. All right. Because in their states of safekeeping of this kind could only be dreamed of, the treasurers were also sometimes appointed as guardians, or were entrusted with the money administration until a child were to come of the age. I'm not the only one. Everybody unmute your mic if you would like to talk on this subject. You don't have to mute right now. I want everybody to unmute your mic because those 3 lines are profound in what they are saying. And I would like somebody to comment on because in their states, the safekeeping of this kind could only be dreamed of. That was the other statesmen. They're like, the treasurers were also sometimes appointed as guardians. So these noblemen who became treasurers, became recorders, became guardians. And the noble are the ones that are the bar association. You can become a bar certified lawyer, attorney, whichever, with your brain. But noble blood is where they like to fish in the sea for sharks. So, okay, I'm just going to put it out there. Nobody's saying anything. Safekeeping of this kind. Everybody wanted to be able to be in trust, to have their private bank, to have their party of 3, to have, it sounds like they were setting up legislative boards to create the laws. Those men, there's a board of 4. They can all be board directors according to what we read 2 pages ago. They can be a director. They can now stay treasurer forever. So appointed as guardians over your equity. That's like if you have children, you are the guardian to that child. When you're the guardian to the child is to obey you, to go by your laws that you set forth to raise the child. Well, these noblemen bastardized our Bible, bastardized our language, put emphasis on things so that they can have dual meanings, and thus started being appointed as guardians through statehood. So the state of Nevada is operated by public or no public servants, agents and agency, who are the clerks at the recorder's office, the clerks at the treasurer's office. They are agents and agency and public servants under the public trust today. I doubt the public trust was created because they're still putting together the trust in this time, but they were getting there very quickly with what I'm seeing. Um, so they were appointed guardians of the people. Administration until a child were to come of age, referred to as the age of majority. 41. Go to the bottom. We look at 41. For instance, the case of Mijo. Hey, Mijo, come here. Is that why the Hispanic? I love Mexican people. Love them to death. I'm just making a joke. I work every week protecting their liberty interests. Oh, for the instance, the case of Mijo, such and such is bastard. Libre Reformatorianum. Liber Code Reformation for bastardized children. Any child born out of wedlock or without a father is, by definition, Liber Code, I suppose, definition, bastard child. What happens with bastard children? It will cover it. I could tell you the whole story, but I want to read it and talk about it. So then we go back up. With the founding of the communal hospital in 1347, they were in charge of the construction and the early days of its management, as well as with the collection of the charity donations. The double relationship of trust on behalf of both the individual and the state. The double relationship of trust on behalf of both the individual and the state. Collection of charities and relationship of trust on behalf of both the individuals of the state. Because you were an individual, a natural individual defined under international policy. Liber Code probably defines the natural individual. This is full circle comprehension. I've touched into the Liber Code, but the double relationship of trust on behalf of both the individual and the state. Yes, deep. I read that 4 times, and I'm not reading it 4 times to gain of any comprehension. I'm reading it 4 times to gain of time to figure out how I'm going to say. You are, okay, under the Constitution, Within the Constitution, it is declared by our founding fathers, granted under God, indivisible with liberty and justice for all, that that yeah, this is deep, really deep. Double relationship of trust on behalf of both the individual and the state. Oh, oh, I was ahead of myself. I was ahead of myself. I digress. I believe this may be referring to the opportunity to have the state and the individual living, because the state of estates is foreign. Your trust is creation of a foreign fiction entity under statutory definition, but under ecclesiastical definition, you'll find it a divine agreement between you and God. So there's different definitions, and so there can be different meanings of everything, and that's the play on words, the word salad, the as Keith Little would say, the etymology of the word is important to comprehend. That is the root meaning of the word, to break it down, find the Latin root meaning of it, what it meant, what they mean by it. The syllable breakdown. Comprehension. There's 4 syllables. Com, pre. Each one is a root definition in etymology. And then you could put those root definitions together and make a sentence out of what they meant for that word. Amazing concepts. I didn't know anything about it before Mr. Keith Little. I don't mean to call him Mr. because that's a title of nobility that I'm sure he does not appreciate. It is a title that's used by the citizenry or the public trust that it also could be referring to. And I don't mean to drag this out too much, but this is like, wow, okay, touch on it. Individual and the state. It could be you, the natural individual, lose your liberties once the state puts your foot to the paper when they take your footprint. And don't they take a sample of blood from the umbilical cord, put it upon a piece of paper? I don't know. But that is them putting you to the paper in the 4 corners before on the land. First in line, first in time. Your baby is now a corporate fiction. You, the living woman, living man, must salvage the mistake you made in abandonment of the child. And I don't mean any hard feelings. It's just the way it's said so that it is clearly understood. I've done it with every one of my 4 children. But I digress. So they are taking of your title of nobility, any title of nobility you may have, because they have put you as an all cap letters fiction corporation that is lost, and it's lost at sea when it does try to come upon the court in dry dock, permanent dry dock. It's considered to be a babble because they don't hear us unless we speak in their terms. Yes, that is exactly how they kidnapped our little ones. And I'm glad I caught that statement. I have been researching, and this is why I know what I know, is because my common law wife had CPS issues when we got together 15 years ago. 15 years, March or May. She had CPS issues. She had early intervention. I don't mean to get off on a tangent. I'll say this quickly. But it's important to point out these things as it relates to today. And I appreciate the statement because I will simply say they have gotten Americans, living, breathing, sentient beings. They were birthed, and everything to do with childbirth, the doc, you birth to the doc. Yet I've got a video, and these fraud invalidates every contract from its inception. Your granddaughter is not what you may say a lost cause, as many people would believe upon adoption. Because in the same situation, my wife, her son is adopted to a family, and he's a chiropractor, and she's, I don't know, and they moved out of the town once, we found him at the park, and we knew where he was, and we know where he's at now. But they will take your child because they have title. You've heard possession is 9/10 the law. Why doesn't anybody ever say, what's the other 1/10? Nobody ever questions because we're indoctrinated not to question, but to acquiesce. The other 9/10, 1/10, excuse me. Possession is 9/10 the law. What is the other 1/10 of the 9/10? The equitable title, or referred to in their language, record title of your land deed. They hold it on the record as the owner, and you are the lessor. You're leasing your property through your property taxes. But I digress on that. I'm going to continue on. I think I covered what I was intending to cover there. But yet, CPS is taking our children because we don't know how to remain sovereign, how to remain quiet, how to remain reverent, how to remain outside a contract when one comes to force under threat, duress, and coercion a contract. And that's what CPS does. They come to your door, they knock on your door. Sometimes there's 3 of them, 2 of them. They're gutsy in a small town like here, they'll come one, but they come to your door and they'll leave a card if you don't answer your door, you're not home. And they will do anything and everything to paint a picture that is of acquiescence, or no, excuse me, getting my terminology mixed up. They paint a picture that is of assumption and presumption. In admiralty, that's what they are convicting you on your charges, or taking of the equitable title and the the child themselves. I was trying to think of the terminology of the tangible property. Your child is your tangible property until the age of majority. The age of majority is 18 years of age. So they are your liberty interest. Sandra Day O'Connor, she is the first nominated female Supreme Court justice. Sandra Day O'Connor, and you can Google these words and it'll come up and you'll find what she said in her opinion, in that the child is the absolute, I mean, this isn't exact quote, but I'm going to say it with my conviction. That child is absolute, with absolute authority in the liberty interest of the child. Now, I destroyed that, but the child is the liberty interest of the parent until the age of majority, when the child is of their own dominion, because they had to put these, I'm sure it's the Lieber Code. I always thought the Lieber Code was military, and it is, because we're in admiralty. So it's all coming full circle to me. It's just amazing what one can learn relaxing I don't write down much. I save a lot to documents. I save a lot to bookmarks. I recap some, but I don't find I need to go back and read one document and 100% get it, because over 3 years, it's been full circle so much that I can see the flower of life. If you know what that geo, uh, the geometric shape of the flower of life is, circles upon circles upon circles, which create inner shapes of triangular, and it is the flower of life. You just relax, take it in, and the full circle comprehension of the path in which you are seeking redemption or remedy through. I recommend, 3 years ago, I prayed to God, P plus P equals E. That's what I came up with after my awakening. I couldn't say, I didn't know anything, but my head was just downloads, downloads. I was so happy you couldn't upset me for 3 months. And I don't mean to get off this subject, but this is the moment of encouragement during the middle of this presentation, that the Great Awakening is in fact. And if you haven't experienced the fullness of the awakening, you've probably had moments where you've had 30 minutes of this clarity, bliss, like, wow, I just invented something. And it's like this information download. And 30 minutes later, if you're anything like me, you forget what you just, like a dream, but awake. Now that is ascension or spiritual awakening. The Great Awakening happened way back in the time of the founding fathers. They were considered awake because they were men that were way above the thinking. I think the Great Awakening is in fact with the energies of, but the founders were noblemen. They were from, well, not all of them. Some were, George Washington didn't graduate. Is he of noble blood? I don't know. But that's stuff to look. We have to look at everything, and to see it just once and then move on. You know it. And when it comes up, you'll say it. Be it, say it, do it. P plus P equals E. Positivity plus prayer equals enlightenment. Be it, say it, do it. Pray to God, a positive God, a God of creation. There's like 4,000 gods. You have to kind of just be a little specific on who you're praying to. If you just say, oh Lord, oh boy, you could be calling on how many deities? You could be calling on the Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, of course, but you want to say it specific in your prayers, because they use unspecified terminology, unspecified statements. They will use it in assumption and presumption. Here's the full circle, to assume you guilty, presume you guilty on a statement of, or a thought that it could be, without fact in now time. Fact hyphen in hyphen now hyphen time. Continuous of evidence. It is in fact in now time. In the now time of the fact. They don't like that. They're in the fiction, in the assumption and presumption. When I figured that out, and I figured where their funding comes from, then I was able to move on from that breadcrumb, apple picking, so to speak. I'm going to continue because I wanted to cover that. I wanted to say it. I did cover it very well. Anybody has any questions, you can ask them in the chat. I'll keep answering them. I'll stop reading and answer them. I don't have a problem with that. If you want to reach out to me, you can Gmail me, helpinghandsnevada@gmail.com. That's hands with an S. Positive light at Proton Mail if you want a encrypted message. So I'm going to move on. Treasurers were sometimes guardians or even entrusted with the money administration with a child were to come to the age of, with the money administration until a child were to come of age. Yeah, I'm gonna do that right now. I might as well. Put them in the chat. When I'm sharing screen, everything in the chat is being shared in the recording. Everybody's aware it's a recording. Bam. And then nope. Swipe works even with emails. Oh, my Wix site is being worked on. I don't even have access to, so I have the nonprofit Helping Hands for Humanity, Mason Valley, Mason Valley. That's Mason Valley. It's the valley in which Urington is next to Smith Valley. You know, Nevada's got valleys and they name them. They actually put the letter S for Smith Valley up on the highest ridge, and we have the big Y for Urington. But I digress. We will go back and continue. Oh boy, here we go again, jumping forward. Oh, perfect. Okay. With the communal hospitals, 1347, and they were in charge of the construction of the early days of its management, as well as with collection of charities. Okay, we've done this. The double relationship of trust. This is where we stopped, and I just had to go off on a little tangent. And I apologize to anybody that sees this video in the future. That is correct email. Anybody who sees it in the future, I apologize if I drug on. I'm going to get going. The best witnessed at the time is the Great Plague in 1348, when many entrusted them with their wills. Uh-huh. And nowadays, so see, everything inspires me. I'm going to continue the page. I'm going to go back to what we read, which in the authorities confirmed as valid in 1351. Although they were not authenticated according to the regular procedure. So hard to, oh, come on, don't. You know, I wish I could turn this little feature off where I could scan through pages because it's really jacking me up. Okay, we got through this and we were on the next page. Notable exceptions. Okay. Elected treasurer. Okay. We're going to go from here. Venetian counterparts. The procurators of San Marco. However, cases of short stay on duty were not rare. Cases of short stay on duty were not rare. For example, Mr. Martol was elected to the post at the beginning of 1381, yet due to his permanent incapacity, he terminated the office after 7 years of incumbency. In 1421, a deputy was being elected because it was established the Devo Volko was sick due to old age and somewhat unsound mind, is where we were. In other cases, the motive for termination has not been recorded. So, I'm going to read. I want to speak when I think, but I will go back and recap. And if I don't have it to recap, then I don't need it. As in the case of distinguished Lucari, the reason has to be sought in the traveling on diplomatic missions, namely, an important and demanding treasurer's office could not tolerate long absences. We were past this. All these people sitting around, nobody said, you already read this? Okay. Okay. The range of the treasurer's duties changed and expanded over the centuries. Keeping the holy relics. Okay, we were through this. We were here at nature of the most important documents and privileges of the Ragusan commune. With time, they began to act as fiduciaries for citizens who deposited their valuables at the treasury, because it was voluntary to go to the treasury and deposit your deed as a valuable to have a trustee over your deed, and they charged you a fee, which is property tax. Sold reputation of the treasury and its procurators also attracted foreign lords and magistrates to follow that practice. Okay, we're getting back to where I was, if I just don't mess it up again. Because in their states, the safekeeping of the kinds of this kind would only be dreamed of. The treasurers were also sometimes appointed as guardians. This is where I was, and entrusted with the money administration until a child were to come of age. With the founding of the communal hospital, we were in constitution, in construction, and the early days of the management, as well as with the collection of the charity donations, the double relationship of trust on behalf of both the individual and the state was perhaps best witnessed at the time of the Great Plague. So during the Great Plague, the state and the individual had a trust. Hey, we will take care of you. Trust us. Wherever there's a contract, there needs to be quid pro quo equal exchange, but I digress. We'll go further into this. Although they were not authenticated according, okay, in addition to minor income. Okay, in addition to minor income from the legacies. In the 15th century, the treasury began to hold the state money from the mint, zecha, and customs fees. In fact, the treasurer's office was soon to become prisoner of its own success because of an everlasting list of financial duties, keeping of the Herrick cash, Herrick cash, and the supply of all provisions from the envoys, missions to the port, from the tribute funds and travel expenses to expensive gifts, holding of the income from salt and excise duties, payment of the expenditures of the Recator's palace and various subdivisions. Although the main treasurer's focus remained separated according to its income source, internal loans seem to have become an early practice. Already in 1361, the treasurers were forbidden to give loans to private persons. But during the outbreak of the plague, In 1391, the state itself took a loan from them in order to cover the necessary expenditures. Deminari, quad ipici, thesaurari, taverunt, communal and great hospital administration. Mhm. The hospitals, see, they used to have babies at the churches, and the churches would keep the record of birth. And the parents would go home. The parents weren't called parents or parents, they were the mother and the father. They go home, they're recorded in their Bible, and their Bible had a family tree. And that was your proof as standing in the private, as outside of tactics of oppression and stuff. Curators of San Marco. Mhm. That is a title to. Don't. I didn't ask. Okay, this is where I was. This is where I am. Middleman between the early and transcendental. Okay, middleman. That's like me. I am the middleman. I'm not the guru. I'm the sharer of something that could affect. Okay, so communi pro civilitis communis. Community forward serving. This is a statement saying you're a slave. I wish I spoke Latin, but that's what it says. In June 1426, a regulation was even passed by which the treasurers were a place at the government's disposal. Pro serving the government. Communi pro serve communis. To serve the community. Positive servant of. Yep, okay. I'm going to continue. I'm just learning Latin. I can't help it. Okay. Disposal. An annual sum of 3,000 per puri for bridging and risky summer period. With time, the treasury was perceived as a resourceful well from which the government could draw whenever an emergency expenditure had to be covered. In fact, from the procurators, the relinquiries and documents in state treasuries gradually developed into genuine players at the capital markets. This is where it gets deep, very deep, ladies and gentlemen. The capital markets, where your deed is traded on the open market. But it's fraudulent because they have to separate the deed of trust from the promissory note. They must be enjoined and combined and not stapled, but enjoined, like waxing them. That's the proper legal way. It's not in most cases, but anyway. From the procurators, the relinquitors, the documents, and state treasurers gradually developed into genuine players at the capital market, tellers and ministers of financial affairs who balanced the accounts, invested capital on interest, gave public loans, and maintained the liquidity of the state. So in the beginning, it was the procurators of the relinquitors relinquaries, they were the early treasurer recorder. In my town, they're separate. They're in the same building, the different counters. They've separated them up so that they can, and I'll go in, I'm not even gonna get down that road. Mutual agreements, beneficial interests, exchange of negotiable securities. We'll leave it at that. Am I boring anybody? Say I'm bored. Otherwise, say nothing and I'll keep going. In fact, from the okay. Ministers, balance the accounts, capitals on okay. Liquidity of the state. Liquidity. Flowing of the fund. The fund must flow. It's liquid like water in admiralty. The fund in admiralty, the credits, the credits in admiralty have to flow. If they're stuck on a document and nobody has them in their hands, asserting them in a fashion that is of transference or alignment with another or something, the liquidity of the security instrument is stuck in the four corners of the document, like a certificate of guaranteed interest my wife found in a file cabinet from 1986. And it's been stuck in its four corners, doing nothing except for maybe gaining interest on a savings account national average after 5 or 10 years. For 30 years, they're not supposed to happen like that. It's like it's not a violation of anything, but the liquidity must flow. That's a maxim of securities. Okay, the middlemen between the earthly and the transcendental matters. Oh boy. Anybody having as much fun as I am? Say I if you are having just as much fun and discerning what this is. You may not be discerning it at the level in which I discern it, and I can't discern it at the level at which Keith discerns it. But you get this earthly and transcendental matters. Earthly is of the now time fact in private estate of estates. The man, the living, the living sentient being, breathing, bleeding upon the land, not drowning in the sea of admiralty. That's earthly, what they're referring. Transcendental matters are the corporate fiction they created in your all cap letters name. As earlier mentioned, among the first duties of the treasurers were those related to the the trusts that were for the poor. Can't pronounce it. Pious, something like that. Probably because the trustees expected that on the basis of their experience, acquiescence with the charitable needs and the already established connections with the beneficiaries would perform this role much maximums of law. They're terms that are stated that are maxims are, they come from probably the Libra code probably has the maxims. I haven't discovered the source of maxims. I know many maxims. I have documents on maxims, like canons. Canons are ecclesiastical bylaws. I may have misspoke. I'll go back. Charitable needs already established connections, beneficiaries. An amateur executor. Maxim of liquidity. Oh, so that was, I was talking about. Oh, when I was saying that the liquidity of a security instrument a negotiable instrument, aka check, draft, note, all redeemable for tender. Liquidity, a maximum of liquidity is, for instance, a maximum in equity is first in line, first in time. First upon the land, recorded deed, it's mine. You can't come in and say it's yours because I was first. That's a maximum. Maximum liquidity, I guess it would be a maximum of finances or you know what I'm getting at now? I'm not a guru. I can sit here and babble all night and never shut up, and it's all what I believe to be out time fact and remedy. May not be in fact in everyone's life because everybody's path is just a little bit different. And one may not want to be a treasurer. How many people, I mean, I think I can learn double entry bookkeeping and what it takes to have the ledger. I don't think it would be very hard for me to learn that. But if I go to college for it, it's a 3-year class or it's a two, it's very long to learn bookkeeping and corporate bookkeeping, nonprofit corporate bookkeeping, because they have a ledger, double entry. I'm not going to get off too far off subject, but the double entry ledger is of the credit side, shown with a minus, generally red numbers, no dollar sign. And then you got the debt side. And that's where we usually do our checkbook. And that's indicated with dollar sign and an amount, and you put it in a column for subtract or add, and then that's standard ledger. The double ledger, if anybody knows double ledger and they want to give me some tips, I'd be grateful. I'm going to continue. Acquiescence with the charitable needs and already established connections with the beneficiaries, us, we the people, the beneficiaries of the public trust, would perform this role much better than a relative or friend. An amateur executor of the will. Moreover, the execution of all the elements of the will may have extended from or for a certain period. If the selling of real property was included, so that at the time when sudden death was a common fact, it was wiser to entrust the task of the abstract treasurer's office with the granted community to end all legal matters. In case the first appointed fiduciaries were unable to fulfill their duties. In some, the treasurers imposed themselves as idle brokers in the accounting of the transcendental. Ooh, wow. And I guess Venetian's authorities used to take loans from the treasury trust, which you go to the treasury.gov to do these days. You have to get a Duns and Bradstreet number and a system access management number, SAM entry, sam.gov. Make sure it's free. I found a free site. It's not $250. Don't fall for that. Duns and Bradstreet's free. Sam's free. Go find your grants and write them. But wait for me to finish this. I'm not going to finish this. This is many pages, and we're going to get through some of it. When somebody says, yawn, yawn, I'm tired, I'm probably going to call it. But I'm inspired by the fact of new knowledge in full circle comprehension of the overstanding in the path that they have acquiesced us to under citizenship, residency on the sea. Sadly, it's after. Ooh. Have a blessed night, Katrina. Thank you for joining me. I'm going to try to do this more often. I haven't done it in the past because I've collected documents and templates that are written by other American nationals, other sovereigns, other individuals of noble nature or just learned who wrote these. And they needed to be midnight in Texas. Yeah, your central time. Yeah, I'm definitely going to leave it on the Facebook. Eventually I'll have this connected to YouTube, and I'll be, having YouTube and Facebook simulcast. I might just be one or the other, but I digress. What this up here is saying, and I want to recap and move on because I'm getting tired, but selling of real property was included. My Facebook group, I have a few groups. We have Helping Hands for Humanity, Mason Valley. We have the Trinity of Life Church group. Don't add group, it's just Trinity of Life Church. We have I haven't a particular group on Facebook. It's my main feed. Davis 775 is probably your or Helping Hands for Humanity Mason Valley is going to bring up my Facebook because my root Facebook is declared Helping Hands as well. So what they talk about here, task to the abstract treasurer's office. Trust to the abstract. So the abstract is the document. I apologize. I am getting tired. They're you're trusting. Good night, Ginger. Have a blessed evening or morning, being it's midnight. So they were entrusted to keep your abstract at that office. And bring an end to all legal matters. Continuity to bring to an end all legal matters. So the treasurer now has authority to judge, but they're not a judge. They're just a person. And did the clerk treasurer take an oath? I believe so. So they are a fiction, corporation, government entity, subsidiary. With authority to decide, to judge your affairs. Hence, the treasurers were often appointed subsidiary, testamentary executors. In case the first appointed fiduciaries were unable to fulfill their duty, in sum, the treasurers imposed themselves as idle brokers in the accounting of the transcendental. In summary, the treasurers impose themselves as idle brokers in the accounting of the transcendental. So to account for your fictitious conveyance through threat, duress, and coercion, when you buy the house, it just happens these days. You almost can't control it because if you don't do it, it's in the other guy's name. And so you got to get it in your name. And the answer to that is a land patent. But I'm going to go one more page because I know it's getting good. And I just can't. By entrusting the execution of wills to an institution instead of an individual. Oh yeah, I knew this was getting good. The bequeather was thus provided with a new option to extend his property bequests ad pias casas into distant future eternity. This gave way to a new system of perpetual trusts. Perpetui entropi. Okay, the practice by which the treasurers of St. Mary, as testamentary executors, were to collect the income, rent, from the real estate and distribute it to the trust beneficiaries each year, as first traced in the already mentioned discussion of the Ragusan Councils of 1268. Apparently, a law governing the treasurers rewarding consisting of 1/20th of the property value and 1/40th of the movables have been passed shortly before. They can only charge you up to 1/20th of your value of your property for this rent. And 1/40th of the property inside that you can move, your couches, your artwork, that is all they can under their authority and guidelines. Now, there are different ways to okay. Had just passed shortly before and had not been preserved. However, the decision clearly states that the law cannot be applied retroactively. That is, it could not be applied to the trust of Miho Pezana, which was instituted before the introduction of the law. Pezana's deed of trust, in fact, gave way to a new social practice of instituting perpetual trusts. And it is through the deed of trust, which you use for getting a loan to buy a house, but you can use it in your own estate. And for the reason it should be dated as accurately as possible in 1261 as perpetual charitable bequest of Miho Pizana and his wife Morososlavia was drafted, involving certain land on slopes slopes of Mount SRD, bequeathed to the Church of St. Michael at Plosi. A controversy from 1268, however, surrounded the bequest of a house located near the cathedral and a vineyard at three churches at Boni Novo. The relative document on the trust has not survived, but given that the probability concerns the main house on the family estate, his brother had an adjoining house. One may assume that it had been drafted first, that is, shortly before 1 of 1261, as we have seen some 10 years earlier, Miho held the office of the curator of the reliquary, which might have influenced his decision concerning the creation of perpetual trust administration of that body by that body. So the perpetual trust was born 1261. Perpetual trust comes as a derivative or a side effect, if you will. It's not a side effect because it's a positive, so that's just a bad term. It is of the perpetual charitable bequest. That is what you call it. Your trust indenture, your declaration of trust. Now we got to get through this because it may have changed, but in this time he would have proposed the title of Pezana and Merle, whatever, and the last name. And you know, nowadays they force it into all cap letters names to get that to be acquiesced as a land trust only, because the fiction in the all cap letters name is not a fact, so it can't be tangible. It's intangible. So you have to do a copyright claim of the fiction name, copyright claim of the family name, your wife, your kids, do a family copyright, claim the name, go to um, oh, what's that sale site? You can make a shirt, design a shirt with your all cap letters name on it, copyright symbol right after it, put it on the back or the front of the shirt and have it for sale. Now you have an equitable interest in the all cap letters name. You have a common law copyright upon the name. So if you have a copyright and an equitable interest, you have all jurisdictions required of true ownership covered. Certain land slopes of Mount Surd. However, place the house located near. Okay, I don't know if I got a lot out of what they're saying here. They are saying the guy used to work for the recorder. He had a problem. They lost the title. There was no record of title. There was no conveyance. Maybe it burned up. Maybe it was just destroyed. They didn't have anything. So perpetual charitable bequests were born so that it was forever, no matter what the paper said. If the paper was lost, if the building burned down, if the computer quit, it is the fact in the knowledge and the conveyance that is the true law, or the true lawful standing. Law is fiction, lawful is fact in now time, private side. Law is fiction, public trust, LAW, land, air, water. 3 jurisdictions. Law, the land, the air, the water. Admiralty maritime. That's what law is. When you go to court, you have to prove you have dominion over the land, the air, and the water. And you have to disprove that the judge has any jurisdiction over your dominion. You want to ask him about his jurisdictional power of parentis parte. You want to ask him if he's bound by the Constitution and if he's got an oath of office properly um, inscribed and sealed and recorded 3 times bonded. He'll say, oh, yes, yes, yes. Then you do a FOIA request in court and you demand that he prove that his oath is valid, bonded, and that he does have dominion in parentis parte, which means that he has dominion over me, the man, because I acquiesced as a citizen. They can take your child because because the father is abandoned the bastard child on the birth certificate. They don't put the father's name on the certificate. They have the mother as the witness. Look very closely. The mother witnesses the birth. The father, my father signed my birth certificate, or his name's there. My mother signed it, her name's there. We're all lowercase letters on my certificate. I haven't seen anybody else's certificate that was lowercase letters. I've requested new certificates every time they come. They are the same. Maybe it is a sign of an opportunity. I'm going to leave it at that until I research more about what it could mean. Maybe I can be treasurer. I digress. One more page. This is so good. I just can't stop. You know what? I might read this whole 400 pages. It's like crack. I literally, when I'm researching last night, 4:30 in the morning before I went to sleep, I've got a half a hamburger. I mean, this is a hamburger, a mushroom Swiss. I ate half of it because I can't stop talking. And I don't care. I literally, I have to cover one eye to be able to read my phone at 4:30 in the morning, trying to get in the last little bit of what I can get from where I'm at. A lot of times, once I close it, I don't go back. So, in the book of the treasurer's rents, MIHO's charity legacy. Oh, rents. Rents is the trust. Charity legacy was entered as first. Oh boy, the secession. We are about to be introduced to what was the secession of the prioritizing of the estate of the whole. I'm just going to go on because I don't know how to put it to words, but this is going to be huge. I don't know when I could stop reading. This just gets better and better. I'm gonna start at the beginning because I haven't gotten far. In the book of the treasurer's rents, Miho's charity legacy was entered as first. These pages are missing, yet in the preserved index of a later date, in the clearly reads Michael D. Pisaga, Poste 1,2. See appendix. This helps us to approximate the date from which the registers of perpetual trust rents were kept. Miho died after 4 December 1265, and in 1268 we can trace evidence on the distribution of the trust rents. Pursuant to the old system, no fee included, which indicated a time gap of not more than a couple of years. Therefore, the oldest known evidence on the perpetual trust dates from around 1266 OD. Oh, 1266, while the practice of keeping regular records was introduced in the same period or somewhat later, possibly prompted by the regulation concerning the fees. An insight into the oldest fully preserved will, including perpetual trust, that of Martin Pizana, Miho's brother, from 1268-3. You know, and I can find this trust because if they seen it, I can find it. And within 10 minutes, I can find most anything these days. So whoever's listening, keep that in mind. Keywords to my Facebook Messenger are generally answered with several replies in possible remedy or a path to enlightenment in and of the ideas or facts at hand. Okay. With the exception of the house near the cathedral, whose income from rent was disposed by perpetual trust to charity under a stringent condition that it could never be sold. That's what I was saying earlier. By the will of the testor from the annual rents of 12 per peri that the treasurers collected. They were to distribute 8 per peri for for services, and 4 for providing meals for the poor. Taxes. by the will of the testor, by the will of the testor, from the annual rents of, who's the testor in a trust, in your trust? Who's the testor? The testor is the one who writes the trust, from what I comprehend. So, by the will of the testor, meaning his will in writing of, the will of, not the will document like a will. They've mixed it up. This was a tidbit that was given to me just recently. I'm pretty sure that Keith Little was the one that clarified of the true intention meant often by will of the testor, testator. Okay, so the testor is the creator or draftsman. Testator is the one who speaks on behalf as a outside party to the will, like a nobleman who is the third party to the deed of trust. Like if you wanted to take out a loan, or if you wanted to take a loan out to buy the property, testator is the third party, like Northern Nevada Title, the agency who works for the title company. Title insurance, another big brick. Oh, don't even want to go there. In order to remunerate the treasurers for their effort and time, but also motivate them to care for the occupancy and obtain the highest possible rents. Shortly before 1268, a reward consisting of 1/20th, 5% of the collected amount was introduced. The properties had never known this, whose rents was distributed to the poor and charitable purposes tended to increase with time. The properties whose rents was distributed to the poor and charitable purposes tended to increase in time, but as the sums were generally small, the office was not particularly lucrative. Sounds like my church, especially after 1425, when the reward was cut down to 2.5%. In the period when the book of the treasurer's rents was started, 1428, it added up to the sum 70 per peri a year. This amount was not high. That same year, 1428, salt office accountant received 250 per peri. Keyword that just stopped me in my tracks. Book of the Treasurer's Rents. Book of the Treasurer's Rents, 1428. Good Google search. Also, 1428, salt office accountant. Seems not to have been quite satisfied with the master's slavery of Codex 5. Specie Dubroveke Cancellerigi. That's species delegating as like authority. That's species authority over species. Or Dobroveki, vacate, double vacate, the duality of think it was the last page. But there's the duality. There's a public and a private. There's a positive law and a non-positive law. Ratified by Congress, not ratified. Ratified is, in fact, positive law. There's a lot of law that they say is positive law, but it's codified law, which you'll find under Codex 5, Doc 358, page 375. You put that into Google, you're going to find what codification of what once was a ratification of law. We don't ratify anymore. So positive law is now codified and they fake it under fiction. How deep is that? I can't believe I get all this. I can't believe that I can speak it in this way. It's only been 3 years. I amaze myself. I say this not to gloat, but to promote the fact in now time that if I, a 14-year tow truck driver, GED graduate, failure in all mathematical lessons, all type English classes, didn't get along in school, couldn't do well, about to drop out, took my GED, graduate, knowing nothing up until 2017. So it's been short of 4 years now. And the download that I have received from the divine, from the source connection, has been confusing, exciting, depressing, depressingly exciting, depressingly confusing, confusingly depressed. It's been all and some to get to where I'm at in 4 years. I've always been one to have a pretty strong mind, pretty strong will. I smoke cigarettes. I can't stop smoking cigarettes. Other than that, I utilize of the plant medicine, the THC, the CBD, the oils, the flowers as medicine to promote positivity in moments that need clarity, to promote healing within the body so that feelings, frustrations, and fears don't cause the body's pH level to rise. Because when you're frustrated or you're concerned or you're any of that, do you get indigestion? Do you get heartburn? That's an indicator of the pH level rising. The pH level is what is killing people, as it is what feeds cancer. When your pH level comes up, your bones secrete, I wish I knew the terminology, they secrete a spiny type sharp substance into the blood vessels, into the blood that is carried throughout the body to lower the body's pH. It's the natural defense of the body. These spiny little things released turn into blood clots, kidney stones, gallstones, and things like that. So the answer is the gut, your belly. Your gut is source of everything. If you have bad teeth, it could be because you had a bad gut. If you have pulling teeth and your gut's bad, it could be because you pulled your teeth and your gut's going to react. So you change your diet and adjust because it's always able to be adjusted. Everything in moderation can make remedy. Now, not everything, but everything in a positive nature of remedy, in effect of positive path forward, forward thinking, open mindedness may find remedy in your request to the divine. Pray. P plus P equals E. Prayer plus prayer, positivity plus prayer equals enlightenment. firsthand. Enlightenment is real. Now, if you're not ready to know the facts, in the facts, of the facts, for the facts, in and of humanity, I recommend that you just continue to learn in a path. Pick a path that you want to learn in, and stick with that path and become efficient in that path. And I'm not saying you're limited to that at all, but to slow the ascension of the mind, the connection. And I don't recommend anybody not ascend of the mind. I don't recommend anybody not awaken. David Straight says, when I was concerned, some people won't be able to handle the awakening. But we are in the times right now with the whole pandemic, SARS-CoV-2 mutating into coronavirus, COVID-19, whatever. We are in an international war. It's a silent war of international affairs, and there are big changes happening right now. And I've requested a roundtable to sit down with the recorder, the treasurer, and the lady who oversees both in the office that starts with an A, and I cannot remember the name, but a roundtable, and to bring their attorneys, their lawyers, and such to the table, whereas I will present what I have requested to contract, because I reached out to them, I requested to contract. It's starting a contract. Okay. Once I get them to say, yes, we can meet you on this day, acceptance of contract, I will then put together a presentation, a written one that I will sign by 3 and give them, or I'll notarize likely and put on the public record, their own record. I'm going to sit down with them and I'm going to tell them of what I comprehend in my path as a living man, and tell them that I want off of the tax roll altogether. Their record of title is fraudulently conveyed, fraudulently stolen, pirated from a trust. My mom's trust was expressed, was written, was declared. They never got her on the UCC, so it wasn't a solid trust, but it's a living trust, and it was enough for me to claim. So I'm going to, in effect, sit down with the city and county and explain to them what they must understand of me, because they've been oppressing me in their fiction standing. They are going to stand under me as Lord of my domain, as King of my domain, as a positive Lord. Don't get misconstrued. They will stand under me in their fiction form. Now, in their fact form of and of a person, nope, a person is a fiction. In their fact form as a natural individual, I honor all people. I try to honor those I can't stand, bless them from afar. Just don't turn negative in your own thoughts under any circumstances, as that will affect the positivity that you need for the enlightenment. And I used to sit at the dinner table in a restaurant and nitpick about a waitress's service, or one of those that, the free meal thing. But it wasn't always about getting the free meal, but it was about, you need to fix this because I see it. I've always been awake, but I didn't really know how to affect or express. So now here we are, learning to research, discern what is of something to dive deeper into, what is something to set aside and maybe look at later. you know all right, this is going to be the last page. It's taken me 30 minutes per page with all the explanation and the side stories, but this information is great. And I have to say, as my disclaimer, I am not a lawyer or an attorney. I do not practice in law or at law. I do not work for either the lawyer or the attorney in any way, shape, or form. I'm not registered with the bar, British accredited registry. I am not a paralegal. I do not practice in law or at law. I simply advocate. I'm a community support advocate, granted authority to do so under God for the people, of the world, for the people of the city of Urington, county of Lyon, state of Nevada, United States of America, Republic. I am here to do whatever it is I can within my means. Now, obviously, I can't help the nation. I'm not going to save the world. But I and myself am going to try to figure out a path to explain things, because oftentimes these natural individuals who are learned in their path, they are so savvy in their comprehension that they don't remember to stop and explain it. And that's not, it could be by some a perfected purpose as to not implicate themselves in something you might do, or you know they just, I don't know. I want to get through this last page. I'm going to hit the sack, as they would say. That means beat my pillow, right? Literally. Some 500 per Perry. However, in the Ragusan International Organization, most offices were unpaid burden of the patrons. Patric, patri, yeah, why is that? Patricians. Patricians. Patrons. Okay. And the fact that the treasurers did receive certain reward, albeit modest, indicates that their office was deemed particularly demanding. Unlike the ordinary testamentary executors, who, upon bequeather's death, were faced with concentrated transactions in a short time span. With the trust in, in a perpetual trust, the treasurers had to perform the same tasks year after year. Their responsibilities actually fell within two main domains. Here we go. To find the tenants, to draw up or renew the leasehold contracts, and to collect rents from the persons using these properties on the one hand, and on the other, to distribute the collected money according to the will and instructions of the trustees. The first duty was of financial accounting nature, while the second also conveyed the piteous idea of the treasurers, who sometimes, by the treasurer's will, and most certainly with time, should the individual legators die out, charity institutions cease to exist. So a corporation never dies unless it was dismantled. A charity dies out. They cease to exist. Okay, well, I didn't know that. The new charity needs replace the old ones, had to find ways to interpret the testator's will more freely and to administer the legacies more creatively. Indeed, the disrectional power is perpetually also the realm of abuse. Absolutely. In the Venetian Republic, could that be the Vatican Holy See? Where the precious and high ranking office of the Procurator of San Marco, could that be the Pope? Was a common step towards the supreme dog's honor. Doges, supreme doge, doges, doge, supreme doge honor as the Pope. It may have proved useful to the distribute the alms to the impoverished. Patricians, in order to reinforce the candidacy for Dodgeship. Wow, okay. Where was I? I have lost my space and I'm looking for Dodgeship. Somebody want to point their finger at it for me? Never mind. However, essentially different, and the above of the treasurers eventually abuse socially politically made consciousness to their kin and clan. Okay, in support of treasurers' eventual abuse of their office with an intent to aggrandize socially and politically, or to make concessions to their kin and clan. But the vertical social connection and the cases of clientelism in reality are yet to be researched. But the vertical social connection and the cases of clientelism in Ragusan reality are yet to be researched. Just wondering if that was something I comprehended, but we'll mull that over in my mind for a while. The dangers of the machinations of this kind was limited to the 1500s by submitting the duty of the treasurers to the principle of rotation and fixed office terms. Duty of the treasurers to the principle. Submitting the duty of the treasurers to the principle. That means the principle of the testator. No, the principle of the trust is the person who is the creator of the trust. So in 1500s, they left it to the estate as submitting the documents, meaning that they weren't just going to do this trust thing anymore for you. I think meaning they were trying to get away from this trust thing, but yet keep claiming of the fees. 1500s. The treasurers were obligated to meet at least once a week, keeping accurate records of the income and expenditures from perpetual trust in separate books. They were to distribute the trust income with a period of 2 months within. So they held the income as well, which income is property. Property is what's recorded through the security agreement, the security instrument, which is your grant, sale, bargain, deed, signed, notarized, becomes securitized. That is the income. And then the expenditures are how much they can pull out of your fanny in, billing you for courting, billing you for the, outside the border if you happen to do so. like $24 just to go outside the border. But it turns it into a security instrument of some type because I got a barcode. Things happen for a reason. I didn't get a barcode on the one I just did prior to that, but the one that went outside the border needed a cover sheet and got a barcode. Anybody is watching this in the near future? Keith was here. He'd answer that for me right now. In order to avoid delay and archive regular distribution of in 1344, they were exempt from the general rule that the legal action to collect periodical debts run out in a year term. Liber omnium reformation animum. Relation to chapter 13. So after a year, you didn't have to do it. They wanted to keep collecting of the tax, even though it wasn't fiduciating your estate, and charging a fee of a percentage, 1/10 or 1/60th or whatever that was a bit ago. They would say, you don't have to do that, but let's do a deed, a granting, an indenture of grant, sale, bargain, or deed. To grant something is to give it. Sale is to sell it. Deed is to convey it in a trust and give it without any exchange of money. It's like conveying it to family. And there was one more. It was in the middle. I skipped it. Bargain. Until now, I had not considered the etymology of bargain. The bar gain of a bar is to bargain. Gain of a jurisdiction. Would you not convey it through a bargain to the trust instead of to grant it into a trust? The grantor grants it, but another entity would bargain it. The grantor is a public entity. What is the private side of the grantor? The grantee, more than likely. And the grantee may have the bargain authority to bargain it into trust from the grantor to the grantee, granting it to the trustee as a bargain for nothing. But I haven't heard that used. I was talking just total mumbo jumbo. The last 5 minutes was out of the top of my head with no fact backing it. No, that was more divine thinking than assumption or presumption. Gotta do one more. However, institutional organization, most offices were unpaid burden. Whoa, weren't we just here? Who under upon bequeathers are to bargain. I will bet to bequeath is to bargain. Okay. Unlike the ordinary testamentary executor, who, upon bequeather's death, were faced with accentuated transactions in a short time span. See, I did get this. I read this. How did we go backwards? Intent to Grandize socially, okay. To me, okay. Rent. Duties, all officers responsible for the lease. Okay, this is where I was at. Bridges needs, they collect these rents as fiduciary of, the rent is for your buildings. The buildings, that's what the county through the state as a subsidiary hold record title to the building. They can't really do this fiction tax scheme with your land because the land is not made. It's a natural occurring thing, land. You can't patent something of nature. You can't contract with something that's natural if you're fiction. They are fiction. The land is natural. They have no control of the land. The land was granted through land patent back when the settlers came. Fatiguing part of their duty by a decision according to which concession was to be granted for the future collection of rents. So they had this big old duty alleviated the most fatiguing part of their duty. They were alleviated of this to be granted for the future collection of rents instead of the series of small clients, leaseholders from whom fairly modest amounts had to be collected door to door. The treasurer's legacy cash would receive in the future a guaranteed total amount delivered by the concessionaire. In less than 6 months of 1425, the Major Council imposed a series of 5 provisions which systematically regulate the duty of all the officers responsible of the lease of real estate or real estate, whose income was distributed from the church and charity purposes, not only the treasurers. Okay, I'm going to reread that for myself if you guys don't mind, just for a moment. Income distributed for the church. Okay, a series of 5 provisions. Okay, these are provisional chair. These are provisions to exemption as a church from leasehold agreements through the record of title. Oh man, I am flowing with these leasehold agreements, record of title. It just comes, it just happens. I haven't wrote any of this down. It's great. You can do it if I can do it. I'm here to encourage you, not gloat, not full of myself. I'm none of that. Well, sometimes, but I'm trying to get over that. And that's not what I'm intending to be here. I'm intending to say, hey, you can do it. Unless your family suffers from a generation of, oh, no, I digress. Anyone can do this that wants to put the time into it. Some people may have to study a little harder, take notes, refer to notes, read notes, memorize notes and such, which is what I was indoctrinated to believe was the way of learning. It never worked for me. I'm manic, bipolar disorder, manic bipolar. They wrap it all in one now. Anxiety, mania, bipolar, and oppositional defiance disorder got me Social Security disability above and beyond my migraine headaches daily, my curved spine, and the fact that my neck, mid back, and low spine sciatica, all the way to my foot, has had problems for the last 20 plus years. But they gave it to me because I was manic, depressive, bipolar, and oppositional, which fits perfectly into what I am now. I no longer have depression. The depression has been manifested into bliss through research and comprehension. Bipolar is what gives me the ability to discern, to see deep into the meaning, the etymology, the intent, discern what the intention of that word in particular in that sentence means, because there are different definitions under law, under dictionary of common dictionary. Webster's dictionary is generally pretty common. But let me finish so that we can end this video, upload it to Facebook for the evening, and maybe gain some attention of others who would like to come and help in discerning of the facts of an ancient understanding of law and how they created this law. This is the creation of our laws, of our county bylaws, the county recorder bylaws. This is the creation of that. That's exciting to me. Like the time I found out that the Minuteman statue, Isaac Davis, shot at the Old North Bridge in Concord, marched from Action to Concord, which was a 6-mile march with his regiment. He was captain of his militia. First man shot. The shot heard round the world. That's in the history books. Shot through the heart, died at the North Bridge, and he is the Minuteman with the musket in one hand and the plow in the other, as he was a farmer and a patriot. He died for our liberties. He was the first man that died for our liberties. That means a lot to me. And now I'm up in the 80% sure range, 90% sure range that I am a descendant. I have taken genealogy shared by family and traced it back to what is called, and what is in fact, I guess, our kissing cousins of the past. We had some third cousin relations way, way back. We weren't talking colonial days, we were talking probably pioneer days. I'm not real good at remembering dates and such on that, but I trace it back from in the genealogy given. Then I go to Isaac Davis and I trace him back to 1901. Dollar Davis with an L, one L, his father, listed with no parents, came over, landed in Plymouth. I don't think he was on the Mayflower. He was post Mayflower. But I started going the other direction from Isaac Davis to the kissing cousins. I found in his history kissing cousins. I did not get out my family history to validate the names, but I am 90% sure. I don't think he was a nobleman, but he was most definitely a patriot, a very honorable patriot. He kissed his wife, and he didn't even kiss his wife, said to his wife goodbye, and made sure to tell her to take care of the kids as he marched off. All the Action militia men showed up at the house, his house, in Action, 5:30 in the morning for this march. One of the men was crippled due to a broken ankle. He marched the entire 6 miles. Great stuff. And I'm going to end there. I don't think I get page numbers, but I'm sure model. Okay, this was breaking it down. I'm going to finish here, guys, and I'm going to end the share. At that point, I'm going to come back in the Zoom, see who's still here, join the chat, answer any questions for those who can't speak out loud because they're missing a mic or whatever it may be. I'll be online for about 30 more minutes if I can help it. Like I said, mania. It can drive you at a great time, like keeping you awake till 4:30 in the morning, learning, research, wanting to put the information in your head because you've found that it's remedy in knowing the facts of the past as they developed into now. Because I could set up mine exactly as they say towards the end of this, or any corresponding documents down the history must be researched. The timeline has to be checked. I would go and I'd find out the last date here. I'd compare it to the Congressional Record Archives. All right. I appreciate you hanging out. It is very enlightening. Good night, Ginger. Have a blessed evening. Hope to see you another time. I'm going to conclude here really quickly and end. Not only the treasurer, but also the procurators of the cathedral of the church at St. Blase, the procurators of St. Peter, Lawrence, and Andrew, of the Lochern Abbey, and of the communal hospital. Augustin's legal life rarely witnessed such legislative campaigns in which a certain domain was comprehensively articulated, yet different regulations of duties and rights of each of these bodies indicates the most careful consideration was given to the office profiles respectively, their tradition, and the practices that should either be encouraged or suppressed. Under each office, references were made to the model of concessionary rent collecting. Concessionary rent collecting is what they're doing now. After that, of the communal rents. Oh, concessionary, communal, concessionary of the fiction, communal of the factual donation, as they did start in donations. Just thinking out loud. To the deadlines, warrants, and instruments designed to further the due payment of the rent, fine, debtors, prison. We don't have debtors prison anymore, as well as to the supervisory authority of the minor council. The minor council is council over the minor estate until the minor reaches the age of majority, because you are the pay rent and they are the holders of the title of your child. So they are the owner. So the council, apart from a more general issue of the power struggle between the secular and the church authorities. These laws are related by most concrete economic and political measures of an expanding state, demographic, economic, but also territorial measures against the passive status of a considerable real property fund, and for the realization of a planned housing policy aimed to enhance the stability of diverse economic cycles of the monetary transactions. I'm one-eyeing it now. In order to see, I have to one-eye it, and that is plenty for me on page 36. They collect our rent. Our rent is our pledge, donation, or rent to the treasurer at the county as the administrator of the public trust funds. Nope, as the administrator for the leaseholders in the creation of legacy cash. Now, I will say legacy cash makes me think of legacy account. Legacy account is at the treasury. That is the account in which they mention above as an internal reserve for emergency situations. I believe you have the right to your legacy account, and especially I, as the living executive trustee of my mom's trust, have authority in and of everything in her dominion of life, her credit through the trust, using the EIN number of the trustee that I had to get to be, I can get gain of the credit. I didn't really realize that until right now, how that works. In speaking, the divine flows through and comes out the mouth and sometimes surprises self. It's an incredible feeling. I'm going to end it here, guys. Let's see. Is anybody with me? Not a one. I have inspired and provoked and enlightened everybody to sleep. Blessings to you all. I'm coming from Helping Hands for Humanity Mason Valley / TOLC, subsidiary of the Trinity of Life Church, thus founded January 2017. We would like to thank you for viewing this video and getting to the end. We would like to let you know that we aspire to follow up. You can find us on Facebook at Helping Hands for Humanity Mason Valley. You can send me an email at helpinghandsnevada@gmail.com, or if you would like a more privately secured email, Positive Light, all one word, Positive Light, POSITIVE LIGHT at protonmail.com, PROTONMAIL.com. And with that, I wish you a blessed evening, and I hope to see you on a live video where I can have abundance in unity of the community and sharing of the knowledge that we all have, as that is what it's going to take for the perfection of the remedy, in the remedy, by the remedy, for we the people of the great nation, originally the Republic of the United States of the Americas,